Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 7 of the Karen Read trial fiasco. Yesterday, we closed out the day with Jen McCabe on the stand, giving her direct testimony, which was completely refuting everything that was put forward in the defense's opening statement. And we can be rest assured that we are in for an exciting, thrilling ride of cross-examination once we finish up this direct testimony. The point in the narrative and the story that we're at so far with respect to this, her telling of the tale, in case you missed it, was the point that we were up to was that she basically had found the body together with Karen Read and Carrie Roberts, and they were trying to do life-saving measures and had called 911. So, yeah, and everything that basically the entire night, what's-her-face was running around like a lunatic. That's the way she describes Karen Read. So, without further ado, there's a little bit, we're just like a minute behind, but nothing serious. So let's catch up. It looks like there's applications before the court that are being made by counsel, and we're going to start with that.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips.
Good morning, Bella Stella. Thank you for starting us off right today.
For allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Read said and her statements. That's obviously, this was a admission of party and statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. There's a hearsay. If you want to get clips in and do so, I would go direction to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And
Classic hearsay.
John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that.
Why?
Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
It is
Okay.
hearsay.
Yes, I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should.
Little known fact, conversations a dead guy has, even if it's a victim of a murder, almost anything he says is hearsay. It's true.
Should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Exception for
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the
dead
jurors
man's
over.
final words.
Let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
If
All
in
right.
fact
Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me
he's
to take a recess?
identifying a murderer,
Okay.
that would be an exception to the hearsay rule. But
Why
most
don't-
of what a dead guy has
Yes.
said is hearsay.
Yes.
You are.
Most of what a dead guy has ever said is hearsay. We can probably catch up a little bit. We're a minute behind. Most of what they ever say is hearsay, and conversations that the person on the stand is claiming they told the dead guy would still be hearsay. So she's allowing exceptions, saying that she's not really talking about anything other than how she used an identifying house. I guess she feels like it's a harmless exception, which is a subjective call that so would not be overturned. It's not going to overturn this trial. So, and I think that's probably the yardstick she's using. Am I really in any kind of risk of this trial being overturned for an appellate issue? And I would agree that it's definitely not a serious enough issue. One statement being made to about giving directions to the house. I can understand the theory that what's his face is going for here. Why is this circle? I don't like the circle. Let's do that. I can understand what Brennan is thinking. He's probably thinking, once the name Bella came up, no offense to our own Bella Stelly here, Queen of Recruitment, but as a reference to the name of John's ex-girlfriend, that probably was the touchstone for a fight between the two of them, because the defendant is purportedly very jealous and certainly seems to fit within the nature of her personality.
Affirmatively.
Yeah,
Were
we
you
are
also
live.
able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this?
We are
case?
live now.
Everyone said yes affirmatively. Did anyone
Let's
happen to
go.
see, hear, or
Oh,
read anything
banner.
about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Bring her on down here. Bring her on down. That would be awesome. Highly unusual, but awesome.
Good morning, follow me, please.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Today's the blue sweatshirt day.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
I'm just lazing around court today. Is that a sweater? Maybe it's a sweater. Maybe it's not a sweatshirt. We'll call it a sweater. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with this house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She testified that they went to John's house first for reasons that no one really can seem to
Showing you
understand.
what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
And she got picked up by Kerry and Karen.
Please. On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Under
Is that
the
what
window.
the side of his house looks like?
yes.
Kerry Roberts told us.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
Yeah.
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that? Mr.
It looks like she's missing a taillight there.
Taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
It does look like she's missing a taillight.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell
Why
John
do they
that
need directions when they have ways?
the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes,
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to, thank you,
Ms. McLaughlin does.
thank you,
No objection.
With,
thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to third floor, third floor Fairview Road, in Canton, MA. There's a man trapped out in the snow.
You can't hold on, because you can't let you go. You can't put it on, okay?
You don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us, let's set it on.
I can keep going. Like, please, I'm not hearing you, okay?
I'm trying to set it on, because it's.
Okay. I know.
That doesn't sound like English.
I don't think like the parents.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to third floor Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Is it so?
Yes, third floor, the Albert resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
Third floor Fairview, Canton, MA, yes.
911, that's on your bulletin, where's your emergency?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and what else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend, his name is Jen McCabe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Sherry? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be heat and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. They just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm right up front. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He's been out,
They've been out drinking?
Yes, but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how he's been.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she does seem like she knows his dad. She said he passed away. That audio was really choppy.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So
Yeah,
a
that
man in the
seems-
snow
It seems a normal
versus,
thing too, actually.
you know, John O'Keefe and into a story.
That's
I
what you
think
would
I
do.
just was get the details to them as fast as possible, to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
She probably wouldn't if he was frozen. You'd think the blood would congeal and it wouldn't be moving.
After you call 911, what do you do next?
I wouldn't think it would be bleeding a lot at that point.
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Ms. Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy. like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us
Think of that
questions.
in a moment, yeah.
Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was
Okay, that's the only question.
okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Do children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather?
That's
I
not
know
what
it's an
Kerry
obvious
Roberts
question,
said.
but
Kerry
how
Roberts said
cold
that
was
she
it?
was in.
It was very cold, windy, the snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning,
No.
or that day,
No.
that week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
It sounds like Brendan doesn't like the
When
way she's telling the
defendant
story
was
to some
speaking
degree.
the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Like he's trying
Did
to
you
push her
hear or
back
do
the right
you
way.
remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
I
you
thought
say
supposedly
anything
she
to
said
the
all night
defendant?
long.
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
She'd been talking
Were you
crazy
trying to
all
look out
night.
for her?
Yeah.
She said that 40 times already. Wait, what was that?
For her?
Yeah.
I want to hear
Hit
that.
him.
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
Leading.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
I don't know why it is that you're surprised that she's saying that when she was saying it all night long, supposedly. I mean, if we heard her on direct testimony yesterday that she called up, first thing she says, I hit him. I hit him, I hit him. Every time, 3 times. Now you're all shocked. That's Mrs. O'Keefe there. In case you missed her testimony, she already testified and very gut-wrenching. Short testimony. But Yeah, why is Jen surprised by her saying this? Saying, why would you say that when she's been saying it all night? The last hour, she keeps saying, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." According to you, nothing's making sense. Clam chowder, clam chowder.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
What happened?
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
So they told her to go in
After
to see her
the officer
sister.
asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening. But I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs
Is this what
is
you
the
said
second
the
level,
first
is
trial?
downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
What?
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
Okay, I'm very
What happened
confused.
I,
I'm very confused. 'Cause Alan Jackson said that Brian Albert never came outside. I'm so confused.
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
I'm sure she's going to get nailed on cross about this. assuming you're correct, which everyone tells me. I assume you're correct because Alan Jackson went to made an opening statement about how they didn't talk to Brian Albert on the day of at the scene, and now she's saying that Brian Albert spoke to them. Nothing here is making sense. This is weird.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
He's laying on the ground. What the hell kind of question is that?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
Is that what's happening?
Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes,
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes,
Do you see the yellow jacket?
yes,
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes,
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes,
Are you listening?
yes,
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
yes,
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue.
Oh, they want to say that's what she's saying. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. Yes.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes,
Is that Ms. Roberts?
yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
I don't know. I struggle to see anything in these videos. I struggle to hear the audio. Maybe I'm old. I'm literally watching this, and every time they're like, "You see the person on the left?" I'm like, "There's no person on the left. What are you talking?" She's like, "Yeah, that's Carrie Route." I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see a human. Are we missing part of the video here? Is part of it off screen that we can't see?" So this, I mean, I only realized just like a couple minutes ago. Okay, this is the flagpole. Oh, okay.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes,
That I saw.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
Yeah, show us her in the dark. That's what we need. Come on, Boston 10. Get back to the video.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
When he says behind, he means behind from our angle near the front of the car.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
I don't understand. None of these officers are wearing body cam with audio? None of them?
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes. I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happened?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08.
Everyone's talking about a leaf blower, and I have no idea
Thank
what
you,
it has
Ms.
to do with this case. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping it's coming soon, the leaf blower.
After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, I after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lang said that I needed to, one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes,
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
yes. They were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But you know, this, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
Did you hear back? When you were trying to get
No.
information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody just, this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed. And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course
What about
of that
when he
morning come
said
back
on the
to you
phone?
about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the
Supposedly.
day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, it was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
I have a hard time with this. Supposedly, she woke up being told, I hit him. Then, when she hears her say, I hit him at the scene of the crime, she's like, wow, that's so shocking. Supposedly, she was saying the whole car ride the whole time over. Nobody's reporting or anything that she's saying that. That doesn't mention anything about the taillight, which supposedly she keeps talking about. I hit him, I broke my taillight. None of this is making sense. None of this is making sense.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
to offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I mean, I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. I mean, the car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Kerry's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, she was. Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I don't
Did you speak to officers?
remember
further
the
in the
mother
future?
saying that she has
Yes.
to do that.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hand you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. When we did it, I do have an objection.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
It's very weird. I just want to break over here. I think I like this angle best. I think I like this better than me being outside. I feel like I'm inside the courtroom here. I think this is better. You also got a bigger screen. I'm gonna go with this mostly. So many questions. I'm just waiting for the cross.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, let's go cross. Give us Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though
we
you both
never
went through a
talked about
proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you,
Yes,
your good friend Carrie Roberts
Alan
and
Jackson.
you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case
Yes.
with Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay.
She's looking at the jury when
So-
she answers.
I'm trying to
That's
break it
not
down
very
between
good.
you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
Right.
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. That's my I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
That's
As
my
you
story.
said, that's your story,
Not my
correct?
story.
That's what you
It's
So
the
it's
said.
your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception, and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes,
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Do you agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective
weird.
perceptions of this case, correct?
It's trying to sell it to the jury.
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This
She's trying
case
to seem
is
credible to the jury.
traumatized us. So
And
it's a
talking
huge
about-
part of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
Oh,
you.
it's, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant
It's exactly what Amber Heard did.
traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that?
I
Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No,
Do you think it was?
no, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so. Yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
What's
You had a
that?
conversation last
In the
night.
middle of
I'm
our
not interested
testimony?
in that particular conversation. That
That's
was for a very
weird.
specific purpose.
Okay.
I'm asking you about everything leading.
Okay, I just want to clarify the reason that the Judge Beverly jumped in there and the reason Jackson seems to know about it in the middle of her testimony, which continuing from yesterday is considered in the middle of her testimony. She's not allowed to be talking to the prosecutor. There must have been something that happened last night that the judge is aware about and that Alan Jackson is aware about. I wouldn't call it shady, but it means something definitely happened last night where there was some sort of Zoom call that Jackson must have been involved in. He seems to be aware of it also. But this is a highly unorthodox type of thing to happen in the middle of someone's testimony, which this is continuing through the night when court is in recess is considered middle of her testimony. So that was weird, but I don't think it's shady because Alan Jackson seems to be aware of it. It's not like it was out of his purview, and that's why he's threatening her back.
Up to, but not including.
It's not an ex parte meeting. That's my point. It's not an ex parte meeting because apparently Alan Jackson was there. He seems to be very aware of it and saying, not talking about last night.
Including last night's conversation. Okay.
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have in the 5 included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of
Right.
it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect?
Ex parte
or
means the
part
other
of it?
side's not there.
No,
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No,
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you? Is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Apparently she's
Was
very
there any
different this time
discussion
from last time.
about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end? I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No. There
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
Almost certainly.
No, I don't believe so.
Really?
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw.
That sounds crazy.
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
That doesn't make sense. Someone had to have taken notes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview, that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th, going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes. Very close.
Your families are, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes. We have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
Oh, wow.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is. Yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton. I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton. Yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes. I believe that's his
All
title. I'm
cops.
not
Which-
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And
Wow.
you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Family
Your entire
business.
family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have three sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You
Yeah.
also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle. Yes.
Michelle.
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name for
is-
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
DEEDEE.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
I think connect sounds dirty. That's why
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
So with respect to the language of connected, I can understand how that might give a falsely negative connotation of there being some sort of illicit or underhanded elements to like connection. It's almost has a mafia overtone to it. As far as what they're talking about now, I'm not sure what that's about. I'm not sure what that is, but Alan Jackson right now is trying to portray that there's an incestuous relationship here between the investigators, specifically Michael Proctor, who was the lead investigator for this case, and these people who theoretically should be considered suspects, right? I mean, the guy dies on his property. If you're really trying to do a good faith investigation, no one knows how he got there. We're trying to figure that out. And these people are all connected, either innocuously or nefariously. We don't know how those connections may manifest. So the point here is that he's just trying to say there's a very, very strong bond here, and many of these people should be considered suspects. Someone dies on your front lawn, a dead body found on the guy's front lawn, and you happen to stumble on him together with the defendant. That certainly seems to be. He's portraying this as, look, there. If we're ignoring certain suspects, there's a strong familial ties of not actual family, but feeling like family, being best friends with each other, or siblings are best friends with each other. That they're all basic, interbreeding practically. That's how it sounds. And I'm not saying anything immoral. I'm just saying that the nature of the relationships between these folks is very tight, which leads you to question their ability to remain genuinely impartial, rather than trying to find someone to pin it on in case one of them or several of them are actually responsible here. So, Brian Albert never gets investigated. We got a 20-minute break here.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way. Please leave your notebooks on the chairs.
I expect this cross to go for at least the rest of the morning. I think he's going to be crossing her and crossing her and crossing her. And this is going to be a lot of fun. He's laying the foundation rather than jumping in on her about like trying to refute, saying, you're saying this now, you said something different in the last trial. He seems to hierarchy in a way that and structure his cross in a way that's comprehensible and digestible for the jury. So if we think about like what he's doing here, he's laying out how many times did you talk to this person? How many times did you talk to Carrie Roberts? Laying out the basis of her knowledge of information and the story that she laid out here. And it was hilarious that she chose the word story, that she slipped into saying, that's my story, which sounds as, and then she realized what came out of her mouth and quickly changed it to, that's what happened. But they, I think that was hilarious. But yeah, I think that the way he's structuring his cross here is basically designed to first lay out, okay, so who have you been talking to? Next, what is your connection to everyone? And when lawyers are dealing in general, one of the things that they train us in as far as doing a healthy litigation, and when I got this, I didn't get this training in law school. I got this from other lawyers once you start practicing, is when you want to go through the facts, you sort of want to play it like an old school reporter, like the who, the what, the where, the when, and the why. And that's how you sort of, and when you're revealing it to the jury now, you sort of want to be able to spell it out. And that way, instead of jumping all over the place, he's sort of working through the foundation here and trying to put us through the lens that Alan Jackson wants us to look at this case through. So look at it through I want the jury here. This is what's going through Alan Jackson's mind when he's asking these questions. It's like, I want the jury here to understand that Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe here became besties and bonded over this case, and that this case is basically the focus of a relationship that she seems to value as being very important. And they're talking about it all the time. And their stories sound strangely to mirror each other in ways that are almost unnatural. In a normal story, normal testimony, with two people who have no relationship to each other, witness a car accident, they're each taking note of different things. They're each seeing different things. Each of us are looking at the world through a completely different perspective. So, and you'll remember different things. Different things will stick out to you versus what will stick out to me versus what will stick out to him or her. And that's just the way human nature is. But we hear this testimony, this direct testimony from Jen McCabe, which so neatly parallels everything that we heard from Carrie Roberts, even in what they're focusing on. I thought it was strange that I'm taking off my boots and Karen's not taking off my boots. And also Carrie Roberts, I thought it was strange that I took off my boots and Jen took off her boots, but Karen doesn't take off her boots. Each of them are remembering remember when she showed us the tail light over here. Each of them are hearing her say, each of them are just remembering everything exactly. None of them forget something. And the reason that doesn't happen in this case, because it's when you're in stark contrast to when you are witnessing an accident and you don't have the other person who's standing on the other side of the street who also witnesses the accident, that you have, or it doesn't have to be an accident, obviously a robbery or any type of intentional crime, that you just sort of come away and remain with your perspectives. And that becomes your testimony because that's what you saw. Well, we're not getting testimony now from Jen McCabe. And we're also not getting testimony from Carrie Roberts. Instead, we are now being fed this this morphed story, which I'm sure is filled with a great deal of accurate facts, but holes of things you don't remember now get filled in by the other person. And after a while, especially when you're talking about it over and over again, that becomes what your memory, even though it's things that you never thought about or actually said, but you've just been talking with your friend about it all the time. It's like, oh, yeah, of course, the whole boot scenario. Oh, yeah, like when we met at Waterfall. Hey, it's like, oh, yeah, she told us about, she said this to this person. If you're going through the events of that night, especially a traumatizing thing, you're going to forget that, oh, then we went back to the car, and then we got out of the car. And that you forget certain things because you're going in and out of the car. She remembers, this is the moment that I was doing the Google search. How do you remember that? Because your memory is being massaged or aided and abetted either by talking multiple times to the prosecutor, talking to Carrie Roberts, and the story that you're presenting now that you're giving from your memory is actually almost becomes a movie that has much input from you, but a great deal of input from the other person who you've been conferring with. So it's not your testimony anymore. Now you're just both basically telling over a movie, and you have a common script. And it doesn't have to be nefarious. It doesn't have to be like, oh, this is how we're going to trick the jury. But the point is, it doesn't have to be nefarious. Even if you're in good faith trying to share over what happened on the evening in question, you're now testifying about things that's actually her memory. And we don't even know which parts of your memory, which part are your friend's memory, because you've been filling each other's holes in left and right. I thought it was ridiculous for her to claim that she didn't talk about her testimony from the last trial with Carrie Roberts. This is her good friend. This seems difficult to believe, that you come out of a trial that the entire country is talking about. You each know you testify about it, and you never once talk about what you testified about. And when this is the focus and center of your entire relationship, and you never talked about what you talked about at trial, that was viewed by millions of people, and you never talk about what you said, what was asked of you, moments that you felt uncomfortable, moments that you felt embarrassed, things you might have forgotten. This would be like a natural thing. It's bizarre to not be talking about it. And I'm sorry, nobody believes that she or Carrie Roberts has the saint-like nobility of saying, I recognize the court as being sacrosanct, and I will not even share with you what I talked about at trial after the trial has ended. They likely were not even instructed not to talk to each other about it. So why would you not be talking about it with your friends? It's a weird thing. It's a weird claim. And I think he likes the fact that she said that. I think he likes that a lot, because I think just like I was thinking liar, then you were thinking liar. Almost certainly many people in the jury, if not all of them, were thinking liar. And once you start thinking that she has a capacity to lie there up on the stand, now all of a sudden the credibility of what she's trying to present to the jury loses a great deal of its buoyancy. I don't think that's the Mandela effect, actually. The Mandela effect is when you think when you think something happened that has not happened. With that, this is talking about restructuring memories together. You're reforming memories. Mandela effect is a lot of people thought he was dead when he was actually still alive. It's sort of like, how do you spell, Looney Tunes, the cartoon? Is there an E in it, or is there not an E in it? A lot of people get that wrong, even though they've seen it hundreds, thousands of times. Or the character from Monopoly, does he have a monocle or not? So, but we might both misremember it incorrectly for one reason or another in these Mandela effect things, but we're not forming these memories together and restructuring and reshaping each other's memories. So I thought that was I think that that's where he's going here, is that he wants the jury to recognize she has capacity to lie to you. She will lie to you, and you can't trust her. You can't trust her testimony. Anything he can do to make the jury start recognizing that she is not this bedrock of truth is obviously of great necessity as he walks further and further into showing her conflicts between this testimony and testimony she gave in the past, to try and make sure that try and get whatever he can to have the jury recognize they shouldn't believe anything she says. So he does that by basically pointing out that she's lying about this. She also obviously she's lying about not talking to her friend, because that sounds ridiculous, about what they testified at trial. And also showing, hey, there's this really close relationship here where you basically look like you would die for each other. So if you're willing to lie and you're happy to die for each other, maybe you are helping cover up for, your lifelong brothers since kindergarten who married your sister. Yeah, and that was another contrast there. She claimed that the mother, John O'Keefe's mother, asked him to write everything down, which I think Kerry Roberts might have said the same thing, but we never heard John's mother testify to that, I'm pretty sure. And did Jen's mother suggest it to her? Or suggest it did Margaret O'Keefe or Peggy O'Keefe? Because I don't know. I'm not familiar with how the name Margaret becomes Peggy, but apparently, but John O'Keefe's mother was referred to as both. They all seem to alternate them, and I don't understand how those two names get alternated with each other. But I think Kerry said that John O'Keefe's mother asked for that also. I do not remember John O'Keefe's mother saying that she asked them to write it down. Maybe I'm wrong. So they don't think, assuming they're trying to tell the truth, assuming it's a good faith effort, I don't think they feel like they're gaslighting the jury. I think they feel like they're helping enlighten the jury by giving them an accurate portrayal of facts. But I have a lot of problems with her testimony that I hope and I'm confident that Alan Jackson is going to go into. Because she stands up, she stood up here today and said, she's woken up to, I hit him, and I broke my taillight, which sounds retarded. It sounds insane that that's how Karen Reed would call Jen, and that's the first things within 3 minutes. That's what she's saying, and screaming it so loud about her broken taillight that Matt McCabe, Jen's husband, laying next to Jen, is waking up and like, you can't go out in her car because she has a broken taillight. And that's all everyone seems to be talking about all night, is the broken taillight, when their friend John has gone missing. This is a very, very strange thing. But let's assume that did happen for a moment. If that happened, if that is actually what happened, and none of the first responders, man, and then you come to this scene, and supposedly she's saying again, I hit him, and everything she says it 3 times. I hit him, I broke my taillight, broke my taillight. Everything is 3 times, which seems ridiculous. That she would say everything exactly 3 times. That doesn't sound very credible to me at all. But then when she repeats it to the first responder, purportedly, when Karen Reed again now, at 45 minutes later, when we see John here is now laying on the ground, and she said also while they're driving around that Karen kept saying, I hit him. I mean, this is what she was, this is what, and then they don't go straight to the last place where she dropped him off. Let's start going back to Waterfall. Let's go to John O'Keefe's house. Let's take off our shoes. Why wouldn't you go to the place where she hit him? And then when she comes and says it supposedly to the first responder, which the first responder says, I asked her name, and she says, I hit him. Now, look, it's possible. It's possible, if you want to give the benefit of the doubt to the people who have been giving testimony so far, it's possible that she was a neurotic mess, that she was wondering if she had hit him the entire night, If this is what the state wants the jury to believe. So what the state wants the jury to believe is after she hit him and drove off, that she basically was in such a rage or anger or whatever, and then she started having this feeling of remorse. And then she started feeling very neurotic about the fact that she might have accidentally killed John. And that's why she's sort of getting it off her chest and continually screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him all night long to everyone. Screaming it to Carrie Roberts, screaming it to Jen, screaming it to the first responder. Literally the first responder, the first guy testified, Timothy Nunnall, comes up there. And he's like, I asked her name and she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Or I asked her not her name. I asked her, if do you know the know the victim? And she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So the state wants us to believe that she was such a chaotic mess, so out of her mind, insane, that she couldn't help but confess over and over and over again out of guilt or worry or whatever, that she kept continually confessing to this crime. Which I guess is possible. It is possible, right? I mean, if she's unstable, whether it's a natural instability or it's an instability that was induced by this particular incident, if she's unstable, you can understand her confessing stupidly and repeatedly. But when you spent the entire night, now I'm putting myself into Jen McCabe's testimony and trying to see, should I trust what she said here? And I'm left with this question, and something that she said which makes no sense to me, which is when she says I hit him, I hit him, I hit him to the first responder after treating and carting John into the house, into the ambulance. Jen McCabe's like, I was shocked. I was like, why would you say such a thing? What do you mean? Why would you say such a thing? She's literally, that's all she said the entire night. Why would you say such a thing? It's literally, why would you say so? Why would you be shocked by that at all? I'd be almost surprised if she didn't say it. So I don't understand this part. This is a massive problem with Jen McCabe's testimony. That part where she said, I was shocked that she would say that because, and I was trying to stop her because I was trying to protect her as my friend. And like, why would you possibly say such a thing? What do you mean, why would you possibly say such a thing? She's literally woke you up with that and then kept saying in the car ride the whole way over there. And now you find him laying in the snow, and the state wants us to believe that she actually had hit him. She left him in the snow. Well, that would be why she's saying it. She's been saying it to you over and over again. I mean, this is like, I mean, obviously, if she's been saying it the entire time, it's not shocking at all. You're not hearing it for the first time. You know, you're sitting like, I can't even believe this happened. What do you mean? What do you mean? I can't believe you can't believe it. Nothing here makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me at all. I was shocked. Why would you be shocked? If that, I'm really looking forward to the rest of this testimony, the rest of this cross. And there's no audio of her saying, I hit him, I hit him. No one recording any of this stuff here. But she just says it over and over and over again. Let me see. Let me check this. When you see my, just to let you know, look, if you look at the fan right now, right? When I come over here and I'm about to click up on the pop-out chat for Rumble to try and check, because I don't see rants on Rumble. They actually, the only comments that get hidden are rants. I'll see the rest of it populating it gets populated together on my screen, both YouTube and Rumble conversation and X. All of it gets populated in there. But for one reason or another, rants are the only thing that do not get populated. YouTube super chats come in colored, same way you'll see it when I bring it up on screen. Those get started automatically. Rants get lost. So the only way I can find a Rumble rant is I have to actually look into the chat itself. And sometimes I'll be scrolling through and I'll be like, making sure I didn't miss anything colored. So I'll see all this conversation that's happening here. This I'll see together with the YouTube chat, but I'll sort of go quickly scrolling through, seeing like, oh, did I miss like a rant somewhere here? But it actually is kind of embarrassing that every time I have to pull this thing open, that you all see, you like when I come down to the bottom here, you all get my normal home screen there. It's kind of a funky thing. But if you ever wondered why it is that Joe's boomering, I'm not boomering. I'm trying to actually make sure that I'm not missing out on a rant, because that would make me feel bad. So, yeah, I don't think Karen, at this point, from what we've seen so far, I do not think Karen should testify. I do not think that there's enough here to nail her yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Also, when it comes to defendants testifying in murder trials, in a certain way, I will defer to criminal defense counsel, because what's his name? Richard, from the Kyle Rittenhouse case, where everyone was like, he's not going to testify. Kyle's not going to testify. Kyle's not going to testify. And sure enough, why am I drawing Richard something? He would, someone here in the chat's going to remember. So he, not Grosskreutz, the defense counsel. Was it Richard? Mark Richards, that's what it was. Mark Richards, yeah. So he ended up putting Kyle Rittenhouse in the stand, and havoc. So he put Kyle Rittenhouse in the stand, and he said in Wisconsin, if you cannot plead self-defense without putting the person on the stand, and if you don't put him on the stand, even though we have all this video evidence, if we don't put him on the stand, he gets convicted. Because everyone is questioning why you're not putting them on the stand. And no matter what instructions the jury gets, but as far as not holding that against them, which they do get that instruction when the defendant pleads the fifth, you can't avoid, if you try banking on them actually trusting that, because too often you'll find that you lose. So that's why he put Kyle on the stand, even though Kyle looked like he was winning the case before he took the stand. So did Karen Reed testify last time? I don't think she testified last time. If she didn't testify last time, I would be surprised if she testifies this time. So. Did any of you understand the Peggy Margaret thing? I don't understand the connection between those names, although I cannot deny the fact that in the back of my mind somewhere, I recall that this is not the first time I've heard the nickname Peg for someone named Margaret. The oil police dash cam worked until right before Karen said I apparently. Why? Yeah, and I'll tell you this much. Shady's saying that Jen never said the whole I hit him thing to the grand jury. The fact that it's not in any of the reports, the fact that no one's talking about it. I mean, this is not a question of how it happened. If she's been saying the whole time I hit him, I hit him. It's very, very strange. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. She didn't testify, right? I didn't think she would testify. I didn't think she would testify. But there's a lot here that he's going to have to break down on Jen, because apparently, from what I understand, that whole thing about going into the house, that she denied going into the house last time, she's obviously going to claim I'd forgotten that I went into the house, which sounds insane. But I imagine if she said that she hadn't gone into the house last time, and now she is admitting she has admitted to it on direct. And where's Brian Albert? Why doesn't he come outside? I was like, okay, maybe he was passed out drunk, but she said no. I had a conversation. He knew. You wouldn't come outside to check on your friend who was supposed to come to your house. None of this is making sense. None of this is making sense. Why? He spoke to the police officer. You don't go and look at him. Your first responder, try to offer some assistance. I mean, I guess EMT is there already, so maybe he's like, EMT knows better what to do than I do. That's the ultimate question right there. That is the ultimate question. That's a phenomenal question. Whew. All right. Let's see here. Couldn't find. I was thinking that maybe I would join other people, by the way. Not simply Nick or Kata, but other folks as well. Sort of torn about that. Let them come here so it doesn't dilute the chat. I could do that. I could do that. Yeah, I like Andrea. Andrea. I know who you're talking about, Lisa. Danny on Direct doesn't do it live? I didn't realize that. That's true. If I go somewhere else, I pick up other people's subs. It's a good time for me to remind you all, if you're here, please like, share, and definitely subscribe. The reason I do this is so that I can actually have people run along, jump up, and hit the subscribe button. So if you're here and you can hit the subscribe button, I would be most obliged. The way the algorithm tends to work is the first 2 weeks that you're streaming a trial, you get nothing. But then you hit the algorithm and your feed gets fed over to folks who may not even be watching the trial, but like have watched other trials and things of that nature. People have displayed an interest in court or legal issues. So, but you don't get thrown into their feed until you've really become entrenched. I found, as I was explaining yesterday, I think sometime, I might have been saying it to Lady Lawgic. Time is getting a little blurry for me, but with the Johnny Depp trial, the first 2 weeks, I couldn't get 200 people watching me live. I couldn't. I was like, I remember continually seeing 112, 110, 114, 118. For like the first 2 weeks, it was impossible. It was embarrassing. I had Robert Barnes join me for like 3 hours, and I got up to like 200. It's like, and I'm like tweeting out there, I got Robert Barnes in here watching the trial, Johnny Depp trial. I don't care. They were not. Okay, but then after 2 weeks, I regularly had like 2,000 live viewers. So I'm figuring, and then I think it might even gone up higher than that. So I'm figuring that after a couple of weeks, hopefully numbers start creeping up and you're getting thrown into new people's vision. And it's only if I'm in their vision, their field of view, that they can actually decide to follow along. So that's nice of you. Thank you. I had Viva come in. It was so bad. I was like, I don't think Viva's spoken in front of such a small audience live in his life as he was when he joined me on that stream. I was like, I got the smallest audience imaginable. I'm not gonna kid you. I was like embarrassed. I was like, everyone else I knew in this sphere was having like hundreds, thousands, and I couldn't get anyone to come. There is, by the way, someone, you talk about the Depp trial was hilarious, and people referring to her testimony being like Amber Heard. Yeah, I think there's a psychological thing that when you want to try and build your credibility, what a lot of people will do is they'll look at the jury as they're answering a question from the defense counsel. It's an instinctive thing where they're trying to basically, don't look at them, look at me. Is this? We have our sound. Okay. Don't look at him, look at me, because I'm telling you the truth. And they're trying too hard. We saw Amber Heard do this continually. It looks so thoroughly unnatural because you're having a conversation. We're having a conversation here. So, and you hear a question and you turn this way to answer. It's a very unnatural type of thing, which crushes credibility. It doesn't help credibility. It does the exact opposite. We saw how Amber Heard looked as shady as imaginable, where she just continually did that. And it's not too common to see witnesses make that mistake, but Jen is definitely doing that. Not as badly as Amber Heard. Amber Heard wouldn't talk to Camille Vasquez when she was being crossed. Jen at least will talk to Alan Jackson a little bit, but every once in a while she'll just turn to the jury. And every time she looks towards the jury, I'm like, okay, here comes the lie. Here comes the lie. Here comes the whopper. Tuna Felt saying, so Jen shows up at her sister's house, finds a dead body on the lawn, calls her sister and brother-in-law, gets no answer from both, and isn't worried about her family's well-being. Well-being? No chance. That's a great point. That's a great point. Why aren't you worried about their well-being? It could have been murder. That's a great point. Could have been some psychopath. Although I guess in her defense, if you want to try and give some justification. Thank you for the super chat, Sunderfeld. If you want to give some justification for her not being worried, he looks like he's frozen to death. There's not a lot of blood, like he got hacked up. Brian Albert is a police officer who likely has guns in his house, or a retired police officer who likely has guns in the house and can take care of himself. You know, is likely like he's one of the main protectors of the family. Although, frankly, everyone there is in the police force. So it's possible that she never thinks of Brian as an individual who she needs to ever worry about. So, because, you know, she sort of is like, no one's messing with Brian. Possible. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. Yes, we need to get our likes up. If we could do that, that would be awesome. Likes are very important for helping the algorithm too. Let me see how many likes we got so far for helping the algorithm too. But you would think that maybe they had some info about his death. Thank you, Will's mother. Oh, there's also this too. It does have a massive attack dog. Is that the secret, Michael? Hit the like. Hit the like. Hit the like. Hit it. I wonder if that worked. It's not like very long that she waited, right? I mean, you're busy tending to, you're in shock, assuming that the story happened the way she describes. You're in shocked to see your friend is dying or dead out here in the cold, and you're sort of processing that and maybe not even thinking yet about like what happened. You know, is there some ex-murderer here who killed him and may have harmed my family? I see. It did work. Nice. I did this yesterday. Yeah, shitty. I was streaming with Nick. There's a couple ways to do it. So StreamYard has a function where you can actually go into someone's studio and then restream to your audience. That's how I do it when I go on Layback Law. Yesterday, what I did was I shared with y'all. I went into Nick's studio and I shared with you all my vision of what I would see. Normally we go in someone's studio, you get like a window and then there's certain buttons and conversations you have inside, or you can make the video full screen of what everyone sees, which is what I do. And then I'll share that with the audio over to my audience here. So it just looks like you're seeing the same thing that you would on Nick's channel. Pretty much. But not pretty much. Exactly. So that's how I did it yesterday. Okay, I'm glad someone asked this question. Not Karen going skin on skin. You're talking about Kerry going skin on skin. I think it, and it's possible, they're trying to portray Karen as being very jealous. And I think that they're trying to basically say that she's so jealous and so crazed that even when Carrie Roberts supposedly lifted up her top and laid on top of John to try and give him warmth. That when Karen saw her do that, that she had a jealousy streak running through her, which is like, how are you doing that to my boyfriend? Why are you laying down, topless on top of my boyfriend? I don't know. I assume she probably was wearing a bra or something. But why are you doing that to my boy? I think that's what they're trying to have us have, that visual, that she's so crazy that even if Carrie's trying to save your boyfriend's life, that you don't want her to do that because of your crazed jealousy. And maybe that is what maybe that is what happened. Maybe that is what happened. And I think that if when Karen saw this, she clearly was out of her mind when she saw John there. Whether you think she caused it or not, when she saw him there, she clearly was out of her mind, and perhaps you're not thinking rationally. It's possible she was going nuts about the idea of some woman laying down on top of her man. She's not thinking of him as being dead yet. So you're sort of like wondering, like, it's the undercurrent of jealousy someone may naturally feel. It was Karen who laid on John, not Carrie? I thought it was Carrie. No, I think you're all mistaken, because Carrie was the one. Karen was doing mouth to mouth. That's why she had someone's blood on his face. Carrie was the one doing on chest compressions, and apparently at some point laid down on top of him. It was Carrie. I think everyone's saying Karen. I think you're all wrong. Why would she be jealous? You're all saying I'm wrong. Maybe you all heard Carrie. I think Carrie told the story over also and said that she laid down on top of him. It doesn't make sense that Karen would be lying down. She's doing mouth to mouth. She's not in a position to do that. Everyone. There's not one person here agreeing with me. Then who's screaming, why are you on? Get off of him. Who's screaming, get off of him? Carrie said Karen did it? Is that what happened? Maybe I did have that wrong. Hopefully in the cross that'll be cleared up. I could be wrong on this. It's possible. Very, 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 very rarely. Everyone thinks I'm wrong. It's literally no one heard it the way I heard it. Carrie said get off of him. You see, when names like Carrie and Karen in that Boston accent, for me to get these things backwards between who's being referred to, a lot of people are sitting here saying I'm crazy, I'm wrong. I thought I had it right. You're saying Carrie was saying you're in my way, I want to do CPR. That's what I said. So I thought, I'm picturing Karen doing mouth to mouth, and Carrie was laying on top of him and then doing chest compressions. But you're telling me there was Karen at first, and then she got thrown aside, and it's possible I had that wrong. Okay. Look, that's the way I heard it. I could be wrong. I get the fact that universally every person here understands that it was Karen who did that. That's not the way I heard it. You're all telling me I'm wrong. I'm being gaslit from my audience. You're all you're all in cahoots together. You're all in cahoots together. Yeah, there's a whole conspiracy going on in my audience here. You're all talking amongst yourselves, and you're like, all right, we're gonna gaslight Joe into believing that it was Karen who laid on top of him. That's probably this. You're just like the freaking Alberts and the McCabes and the Proctors. You're all working together to try and gaslight me. I know what I heard. I know what I heard. God. That's your story. This would explain a lot. The diggers all meeting in the tunnel behind my back, saying, "All right, we're going to gaslight him on this one." Oh, your chat's working. I'm so relieved. I'm so relieved. I'm glad about that. Shut up. Shut up. Let's do the whole poll thing, reminding people to like. Start a poll. I gotta do it. This is what I learned this from Tim Pool. You do the like, subscribe poll, and that reminds people when they come in, hey, hit like and subscribe. All right. Did you hit like, subscribe yet? And the answers are hard, like Carrie chest compressions, or slept on it, like Carrie warming John. There you go. Thank you, Thumbelina. Thank you so much. This is a very long break. It's a very long break. I have to do my check. That's my Rumble Rant check. Just leave it up here while the fan's here. I do think, I may see it. I did miss stuff here. It doesn't pop up my thing. Rivka the J Gamer says British rhyming slang. Margaret to Maggie to Meggie. Meggie rhymes with Peggy. Same way. Richard shortens to Rich to Rick and rhymes with Dick. That is likely accurate. That is likely as accurate as it is stupid. Meaning not you, Rivka, is stupid, but the notion that how it morphed that way is really stupid. It's stupid enough that it's probably true. Emery says, doesn't his sister and brother-in-law have a dog? Why wasn't the dog going crazy with all the commotion going on outside? Dog couldn't even sleep. That's very possible. Very possible. Come on, Joe. I stream to one person on the reg. You don't have the smallest audience imaginable. Okay, look, that's likely true, but I make a living streaming to people. So for someone whose profession is streaming, it felt very small. I'm very appreciative of what when that's what you're doing for a living, it feels small because you're not surviving if you're streaming to 100 people. You're just not. That's just reality. Michael, good to see you, brother. Strangest thing for me is believing a family with a reactive dog was able to sleep through a bunch of people. Look at that. This is a YouTube super chat came in the same time on the whole dog thing. Bunch of people, cars, and flashing lights into the driveway. I think they're coming back. That's what the sound I think we hear. Is normal for Bev to rule impeachment evidence be turned over before trial? It took all the sting out of it last year. If you know you're going to bring it up there, you're not supposed to be surprising people. You're not supposed to be surprising people. It's not supposed to be about the gotcha moments that win a trial. So if you know about it, then yes, it is normal. If you don't know that they're going to testify to something and then you bring it out afterwards, then that would be a reason to get around it. So I wouldn't say that reflects bias. And don't think I was crazy for thinking that whole Karen Kerry thing and that laying into the jealousy. Because Jen McCabe's testimony here about the Belle Stella thing, Belle Stella is our queen of recruitment. The ex-girlfriend Bella, John's ex-girlfriend Bella, I think that we're going to be hearing in closing arguments several, probably like a month from now, that the state believes that when Jen mentioned that Brian Albert's house was a block over from John's ex-girlfriend's house, that likely generated some sort of hostile conversation between John and Karen, which sent her into a rage where she ultimately ends up running him over. Because it definitely seemed like, based on the nature of the questioning, that that's where he wants, he keep referring to Bella, I don't know if it's Bella or Bella, but as John's ex-girlfriend who was living a block over from Brian Albert's house, that's what their theory is. Finally, we're back. Oh my
Council
God.
sidebar, please.
I wonder if that would ever happen. Not Eminem's mother. Bella is the daughter of the ex. Is that what it is? Oh, so when they're saying, but still, why would you know where Bella is? Where Bella's house is? Doesn't matter if it's the point is that it generated a conversation. Referencing Bella generated a conversation which was hostile between John and Karen. That's what the state would have us believe. Thank you for clarifying that. I will assume you're correct.
Yes, please.
Up here.
Oh, these?
What happened? I thought we were good to go. I thought we were going to get back on track here. Let me move this over. Look at Jay Gamer says I'm a VTuber. I'm stupid. No, I didn't say you were stupid. I said quite. So I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying that whole explanation about the ridiculous changing of names and rhyming and stuff like that seems like a really stupid way for someone's nickname to develop. But I said you're probably correct. That stupid thing is the way names tend to get morphed.
Chambers, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience.
No, I'm not
Mr.
saying.
Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Oh.
Oh my God. Let's hear what Aruba story.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Finally.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
The size of a courtroom is impossible to tell
With
from a camera in the courtroom.
who?
It can be massive.
I'd ask you
and
about, I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022, as a witness or otherwise.
I bet she doesn't
To
them.
certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
What did you
But the
think it was
subject
about?
matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after they said,
Show that she's
sorry, after
capable of
you
lying.
said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe,
Mhm.
you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were
Correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton, you knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
They're not
Okay.
friends.
And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
I'll bet anything she didn't mention, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Why?
Before leaving, however,
Why?
those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
You weren't friends before this. Your friendship, this is what she said, became friends rapidly.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
On cross-examination, here's a little litigation tactic. Cross-examination, you want to be the star of the show rather than them being the star of the show. Completely opposite and direct, where you want the witness to be the star of the show. They actually, I was taught it's a healthy thing that whenever possible and as much as possible to roam the room, if you can get away with it, and go up there. You want the jury's focus on you, not on the witness. The witness is your prop. So yeah, this is so whenever I see a lawyer going up to the witness, I'm thinking to myself, that's what they intuitively want to do. They want the jury focusing on them.
For court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
She likely has never seen this document before. And she's frantically trying to make sure her story will comport to it if she's lying. And you should be liking and subscribing right about now if you have not yet done so. Please. That is why I stream these trials, is to find new folks like you, new folks who found me today. Should we move forward here and catch back up? Back.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said.
Why would
correct?
you be calling Carrie
I
Roberts?
don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law
What'd you tell
enforcement
him?
officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Why?
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was
correct.
your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds very sus.
Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Look at the jury. Make sure they buy it.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no-
At
nothing
this
more
age.
than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you were telling was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
Yeah.
There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not about an ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
Beverly, shut up. If there's an objection argumentative, let an
You
objection
also
be made.
testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second,
This looks so shady.
about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Kerry Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
Why not?
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this.
Did you?
In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry?
It's a lie.
That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If
Okay,
I
let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
He's torn. Do I let her explain it or not?
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents
Okay.
asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mhm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment?
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish.
Oh my God! Shut up,
I
Beverly.
had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school, going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That-
non-responsive.
that's- So next questions.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
hmm
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
What's the objection?
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Husband-wife
Did you call them
privilege.
back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
Maybe
Oh my
yes.
God.
Yes.
Oh my God. Just stop it. You haven't said that in a week. Of every objection that came up. And now all of a sudden you're saying that the objection is that it's husband-wife privilege and you can't be asking her about it. She can't be asked about that. That's what I assume is, who the hell knows, because this judge doesn't let us know what the objection is. But this is just ridiculous. This judge, my God. Now, okay, I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing you clearly, Beverly Canoni. What happened to us? Oh, they're coming up. I think we're caught up. That was really, why now? Why now? Darkborn saying someone should be doing investigation into the judge, find out how she's connected to the McCabe family because she protects them like a mother bear protecting her cubs. My whole chat is saying that they refer to her as Auntie Bev. I don't know the nature of the relationship there, but that they actually refer to her as Auntie Bev. That's why she's got that nickname you might be seeing in chat a lot. So yeah, and I think they tried having her recused based on the nature of her relationship with them. This is just unbelievable. I like
Ma'am?
that.
Yes.
Thank you,
Trump
Your
would
Honor.
say she's a phony Canoni.
You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
I
You had
forgot.
forgotten.
What happened 10 seconds
Is that your
earlier?
testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted
Moments earlier.
maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them or
I
no?
know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
Brian
You
Albert's one
contacted
for
Carrie
sure.
Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
What?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert
I
himself,
knew it.
correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law,
Whose
who's
property?
the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found
Died.
dead or dying,
Objection.
I'll allow that.
correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before
Well, she hadn't
you
brushed her
talked
teeth.
to them,
So
correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further. Mr. Judge.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to
they asked you who are you talking to, but Matt said it, so now she remembers.
January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister. Yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us. Yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall,
Sad.
John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't
enough.
like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just
Yeah.
sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it. Yes.
Okay. And you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another,
I
correct?
don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see the
I
video.
saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands. Right?
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really,
Playfully grabbing each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
Okay.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian
Mhm.
Higgins and Brian Albert.
Hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys. Yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a
Like sumo wrestlers.
altercation, correct?
Say it.
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't
I
pay
don't
much
know.
attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit
I
here
don't
today.
know.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside, the surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they
Right.
were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mhm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in, to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
For identification.
Thank you.
You always need to make note of the number of the exhibits. I don't make that much out of the whole play fighting stuff because you might think you're trying to say physical like they're in a real physical fight when it wasn't really a physical fight. So I think that's how I understood what Jen was trying to say there. Well, a bunch of folks are saying that she's being deceptive with that whole part there. To me, I'm like, she doesn't want it to be mistaken as if they were in a angry kind of like, I'm going to beat the crap out
Your
of
Honor,
you.
with court's
type of
permission,
fight.
I'm going to show a different exhibit.
That's my take, though.
Until the other issue can be resolved with the court's permission. It's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolk, could you
does everyone
highlight
think I'm
or
crazy on this?
enlarge the house as much as you can?
I mean, I think
Thank
she's
you.
shady, but I'm just
Ms.
saying.
McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this
reasonable
photo? I
way
know
of-
it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay.
What's your flagpole?
Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen. Yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room,
Just smoking
kind of the
weed.
kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah. If you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay.
And it had both taillights because I focus on
Did the Jeep
taillights a
have
lot.
any special features on it that you remember, that you can
No.
describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
yes,
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that
Gotcha.
detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct?
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yeah.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No,
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
he did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, during that conversation or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
We didn't, no, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them.
like that, and I absolutely told them. But
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not.
You're
No.
not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Are you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by
But
himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when.
Well,
He arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April.
April,
I think,
yes, yes,
2022.
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right?
it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an
An
anteroom?
ante room, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah,
waiting for your testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
when she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was
No,
a full-size German
It's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Mhm.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When you went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running.
Karen supposedly
Chaos, relative
screaming.
chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th Street, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Street,
Yes.
where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Terry Roberts screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert. Yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door
Where's the guard dog?
where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked
Good
into their
theory,
house, basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Can't argue with it.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would
I
you
don't
say that
remember
you were
saying
loud
anything
or
like
quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me. And I was kind of like in
Shock.
just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
as you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
I don't know what that objection is for either.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no,
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
Correct.
No,
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
no,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
no.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with
I'm getting
Nicole Albert, your
excited.
sister.
This is
Are
getting
you aware
okay.
that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this.
I need popcorn. I need
You
popcorn.
said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds about right. hmm
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3, with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
And can you enhance
Where
that
was the
to-
dog?
Thank you so much. Mayor,
Lower
Brooks,
myself
Yes.
here.
forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Roach?
Yes.
So we've been like the closest one to like the lights and everything.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time,
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
I think
and
that's
behind
exactly
that
what the defense
was Brian
thinks.
Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Bonnie, she was in the house. Mr.
Yes.
Craig. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home from came to 34th Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Well, speculation.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night?
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
A screenshot of what are we talking about here?
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m., sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
I feel like I missed something.
May I approach?
Yes.
If it was a dog bite, you would think there would be like dog saliva in his arm or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. You know, it would be some sort of foreign DNA in the arm.
That column. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself.
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to council?
I missed what they were referencing as far as a screenshot of what text from who to who. Screenshot of his text to of her text to John. Yeah, I think clawing makes more sense than just than the screenshot thing. Make sure I'm caught up. I think I'm caught up. All right, we are live. I'm just saying, like, you would think there would be something from the dog as residue if, in fact, it used teeth. No? I mean, I think that makes sense. You would expect that any competent ME would find that. It's not a screenshot of broken taillight. No. Let me do a quick check, make sure I didn't miss any rants. Sometimes they can slip by. I'm good. I think I'm good. Y'all ruining it. Y'all ruining it. You're ruining it. I heard about the red solo cups, which sounds kind of funny. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to come out here in this trial.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Take a
you.
look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't
Okay.
really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
I'm telling
That
you
was
what.
her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection.
Objection. asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
Are you joking? Okay.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing? May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Okay, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection. This is the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but
That's
in
not
my
question.
memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. This is
Okay,
basic.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this?
This was
as to the
fed to her
time
by Phony
that was
Canoni.
reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of
No.
outside. Is that
This
right?
is very weird.
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yes, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Close to speculation.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
not according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going
Mhm.
to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
The Jeep is in the way. How does she
Look out the storm
zoom
roll window.
backwards?
It's Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is to the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV? correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
And I have one more question.
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't,
I am.
and I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch in the recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors. And we'll see what happens.
Okay, and we too are going to take a break. I will be back here at 2 o'clock.
Goodbye.
We'll be restarting the afternoon session at 2 o'clock. I already have my thumbnail ready to go. Some of you might be like, Joe, do you know what your thumbnail looks like? You made your thumbnail already? Are you really that far? Oh, yeah, my thumbnail is ready to go. So when you see this thumbnail right here, this is what your thumbnail is going to look like. Right there, day 7, afternoon. Little thing there with Jen McCabe, cross-exam, because I made this yesterday. I was like, this cross-exam is not finishing in the morning. No way. No, we need cross-examine Jen McCabe. I knew this was gonna be a most of the day. If not, she's gonna be able to stand the rest of the day between this and the redirect. She'll probably likely be able to stand the rest of the day. So there you go. There's Jen McCabe. You're gonna see that at 2 o'clock right here. This thing right here, this channel, same bad channel, same bad time. Till then, enjoy your lunch, and I will see you all at 2. The links are going to be at goodlogic.locals.com. Please like, share, subscribe. I do this for your subscription. That's why I'm here. I do this for your subscription. If you came late, I will tell you, well, shame on you for that. But I'll do a quick once over here for those who came late. So we finished up the direct. I didn't really see. I didn't have much notes from the direct on the fact that she met with Officer Proctor on Cross. So the key moments that I've taken note of so far from Cross is that early on when she was being questioned about who she talked with, so she said that she became good friends with Carrie Roberts, and at one point when she was questioned about what happened, she said, "That's my story," and then corrected herself from saying, "That's my story," to like, "That's what happened." That's what happened, because she realized how ridiculous it sounded when she said that. So this is exactly the wrong distance here. And she was hit up by the fact that she and Carrie were working on their stories together. Then we saw him go through the family tree and how interrelated so many of these people are. That Jen's sister lives in the property, married to Brian Albert. He's a police officer. He has two brothers. Both of them work with the Canton Police and or the Boston Police Department. And that everyone in this town seems to really know and love everyone else in this town. Jen McCabe's community is a very extended and close-knit community with brothers and nephews and nieces and grandchildren and all sorts of folks, and they're all coming to converge on Brian Albert House on the night in question. And then she was asked how much she was trying to align her story with Kerry, and then when she was questioned by the police, that she only told the police that she had called Matt and Kerry. This is when the FBI were coming. These are not friendly police. Most police in Jen McCabe's life are very friendly to her, not these police. These police who were questioning her that day, she actually lied to them. She denied that she was lying. She said she had forgotten. So just so we understand what happened here, she's outside her house. Is a couple days after that John O'Keefe dies. A couple guys come up to her, say, "We want to talk to you. Are you Jen McCabe?" She first lies, says, "No, I'm Nicole," and then realized. And then this is her story. Her story is that she thought they were salespeople, and then she got a phone call when she got into the house from those same officers who were like, "We're police officers. We want to question you." And she said she needs 10 minutes and started crying, how she's near crying about how she hadn't brushed her teeth. During the 10 minutes, she called Matt, her husband. She called Kerry Roberts. She called the district attorney's office to purportedly talk to a witness advocate. And she called Brian Albert. Did I miss someone? Was there someone else? She called Kerry. She was questioned about why she called Kerry. And she's like, I was just curious if they had gone to her also, not to corroborate any story, no matter how much Alan Jackson questioned about whether that was the purpose of the call, to find out what Kerry had told them. That's what she was questioned on. She denied that vehemently. Also she called Margaret Peggy O'Keefe, the mother. So she's called 5 people during the 10 minutes there. She later calls back the police and says, after they left, I forgot to tell you that in addition to calling Kerry and my husband, I also called these other 3 folks. And I had just happened to forget when you asked me about it. I happened to forget about it moments later, because the police said, "Did you contact anyone else besides?" She told the police initially about that she called Kerry and Matt and her husband Matt. They said, "Did you call anyone else?" She said, "No." And then she calls him back like 10, 15 minutes later. She's like, "Actually, I did call 3 other people, including Brian Albert, her potentially influential brother-in-law, on whose property John O'Keefe died." Then they went back to January 28th. She said that John O'Keefe and defendant showed up there. They seemed happy. She didn't seem sloppy drunk. Then they moved on to her first interview with Brian Proctor, that they had this whole family meeting. That during the family meeting on January 29th, that they were not separated. They were not told to be separated. Jen McCabe was like, "Why should we be separated? We're all family. Why should we be separated?" And Alan was asking her about the fact that she was that they had a chance to corroborate, and that no one was that Officer Proctor didn't take anyone down to the station. These are all potential witnesses, and none of them are kept apart from each other, giving them plenty of time to corroborate their story. That was when they met at 34 Fairview, hours after John O'Keefe died, like later that day after John O'Keefe died. And that she was going to meet with Officer Proctor for his investigation, and that Albert, her brother-in-law, went back with her to her house to sit in while she's being interviewed by Officer Proctor. And she also said that when she went to the grand jury, she and Kerry Roberts were together right before they went to the grand jury, and that they had made their timeline already. And the point that Alan Jackson was trying to make is they had plenty of time to work out and corroborate their stories together, both she and with the whole family, she and Kerry Roberts, to routinely just talk about and nail down their facts with each other, That's certainly what Alan Jackson wants us to think. Then he started asking her about going into the house, and that when you went into the house the night in the early morning hours at 6:20 in the morning, when you went into the house there and woke up her sister and brother-in-law Brian Albert to tell them that John O'Keefe was dead, she admitted there was no dog there. There was a big back and forth there where she was like, I don't remember seeing a dog. I don't remember seeing a dog. But basically there was that. And Alan Jackson got in on her about the fact that she wasn't supposed to be coordinating with other witnesses. Did Officer Proctor ever tell you not to be coordinating with other witnesses? She said no. And then the last part of the test, the cross-examination, was about the location of the vehicles. Now, I have questions myself that apparently Higgins' Jeep was there. Brian Higgins' Jeep was there in front of the house. It seems like they're describing that she pulled up in front of the Higgins' Jeep, although Jen goes back and forth as to what she said. It was there when she first pulled up. She refused to corroborate it was still there when Karen Reed pulled up, because Jen McCabe arrives at 34 Fairview. Just to go through sequence of events here. When Jen McCabe shows up, they leave Waterfall. She comes back to her brother-in-law's house, Brian Albert, and everyone's supposed to be converging on that house on the night that John O'Keefe dies. She gets there and she sees Brian Higgins' Jeep already there. And then she's waiting for John and Karen to show up, and at a certain point she looks outside and she sees them parked directly in front of her door. Where is the Jeep at this point? Because based on where she had positioned the Jeep earlier, it seemed like that Karen Reed's car had pulled up in front of John O'Keefe, in front of Brian Higgins' Jeep. She said there was another guy, Ryan Nagel, who was supposed to be coming, and she saw his headlights that was off to her left. But it seems as if, based on the position of where Karen Reed's car was, that Brian Higgins' car was directly behind them. In which case, you ask yourself, if Brian Higgins' Jeep, his Jeep was directly behind her, how could Karen slam on the gas the way the state claims and go backwards? She would be hitting a Jeep. If John O'Keefe gets out of the car, you can't hit, and she wants to hit him. Wouldn't she have to circle around? And there's a Jeep directly behind you. You have to sort of pull out, turn the wheel to the left, and sort of pull out, and like you can't just go straight backwards, which is what I had been picturing this whole thing happening. At least when I'm trying to picture what the state says, that she just put the car in reverse and go straight backwards. If there's a Jeep directly behind her, she can't do that. That's makes John O'Keefe as a pedestrian likely a much more difficult target to hit. Now, it's possible that from the state can say that maybe Karen Reed's car was in the middle and she hadn't pulled over. I don't know. Let's see that. Anyway, more to come at 2:00. I will see you all here then. So look for the link over goodlogic.locals.com. You'll find it on Rumble, on YouTube. And please make sure you like, share, subscribe, because that is why I do this. Look at this Nate the lawyer guy. I've been so busy. Want to show some love to my brother. Hope all is going well. Keep killing it. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you stopping on in here. I was really just about to shut down and close up for lunch. I'm going to do that right now. I'll see you all at 2:00. Till then, take care. Godspeed.